Alrighty, guys. We are back with some more Tales of Arise today. And as I got done just recapping for one of my friends who wasn't there, we just got done. Yeah, hey Luna. We just got done walking into this place that's super big and secret and requires, you to be part of this, exclusive club of demigods where we only got in because one of our leader was genetically altered into, being superhuman so that he could become a demigod. And this bitch is already just sitting in there like 2 minutes after we meet her, just waiting for us. And it's like, ma'am, you're kind of stepping on my dick right now. It just. We're in here by the grace of my genetically altered body from 400 years ago. God, just. Oh. Yeah, all perfectly normal everyday stuff, of course, as you do, definitely. Of course. Anyways, I'm going to start it up now, and we're going to have that whole, it starts up and it goes into the sequence thing, and it's very loud out of nowhere, and as soon as, I log into Steam, because apparently I haven't today. Worst part of starting this up, because I don't want that music in the background when I first start talking either. Okay. Anywho's. Here we go. I always have like mixed feelings about games that have different opening trailers depending on how far a particular
Something
save
feels
is.
odd here.
Because like it's cool that there's like tangible progress, like even when you're loading in. That's a cool thought. But it's like, what if it's like the family system and a lot of people don't know what the fuck is going on, and you have story spoilers in those? Like, yeah, so mixed feelings on that. Like, they're generally good about not giving, like, things away or giving very little away, but it just, You snooze, you lose or something? Yeah, I guess. Anyways, let's check our equipment real quick, because I don't know when the last time I did that was, because I haven't logged in, of course, since last week. I don't know why I'm checking their accessory like that. Their accessories don't work that way. Let's see what party I've got. Let's see. I actually think that Rinwell is going to do better here than Kisara. Because I think we're going to have more, like, magical enemies than anything. And Kisara is good for chargers, which are more natural enemies in general. But I can swap party members in combat anyway, so we'll see how it pans out. Yes, yes, I know, I'm putting your mother away. I'm aware. Let's see. Okay.
Be on your
Okay. So this is basically the beginning of the Forbidden Zone for anyone who wasn't here or missed it. Like, so we come in here, like, literally, that doorway opened because Alphen is, like, this spot just tore open because Alphen is, what is it called? What is it called? What is it called? I forget. What is it called? What is he? He's sovereign. That's it. Sovereign. I think. Maybe. Close enough. Something to the effect of that title, anyway. Another scene already?
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Oh, here we go with the... I forgot about this part too. We do flashbacks. Where is this?
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Hmm. Okay then. Okay, so the Thorns were born of the Maiden powers? And corrupted the Renus Alma? Somehow? Okay? The heck? That was something.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
Getting
The
dramatic
visions of the
now.
apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
Would have been terrified on your behalf? Yeah, good job.
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right.
Or Alphen's.
It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us.
Okay.
At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe... Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that? If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renin astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Good point.
Let's keep moving.
Mm-hmm.
If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Good point.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
Or why they were summoned in the first place. Okay, let me check one thing real quick. Make sure I'm not missing anything important. Not. Oh. Forgot to sequence. Like what I had open. That's on the wrong window too. Okay. That should sort me from the moment. What do we got? More visions.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
Yeah?
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Oh yeah.
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave,
Oh god.
ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait,
She looks worried.
he might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Now we know exactly who left it, but why is quite a question. Why am I RP walking? Hello? Is this a sequence or... Okay. I'm just making sure my controller wasn't freaking out on me.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens.
Oh, we
I'm
saved right
determined
before we
to
did
save
this. It's
Shion
fine.
and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Okay. Let's go!
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
Why?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
Mm-hmm.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being
Yeah, so
exclusive is one
exclusive.
thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, sovereigns and forbidden zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
What you got?
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign!
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the master cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait,
What is it? Did you find something?
it's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
No shit.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful.
No kidding.
Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
What? Duh!
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
No shit. That's not a revelation.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
You're the one that survived.
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Mm-hmm.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
You're betting it's one person?
The Red Woman?
I guess.
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
O's.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
I'm more looking for what
Forgive me.
purpose they actually serve.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything.
No
But
kidding.
it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Yeah, okay. Whatever you say. Alright, let's go take a look. What do we got? Let's take a look at the Maiden. Because we know so little about the Maiden, and no one is asking what the purpose of the Sovereign is. Because it's not a title, it's a code name. It's like, it had nothing to do with ruling Rena. like, it's very clear it had nothing to do with ruling Rena. So I don't get why they're fixated on those two being a pair. I'm like, no. These things are not like each other. Maiden acts as Sovereign support mechanism for the Spirit Channel ceremony. Each one is granted a level 2 authority and an ID crest. Renin subject serves its functions, providing the Sovereign with a supplemental Dark Astral it lacks in tandem with the Renis Alma. During the ceremony, it is partly responsible for astral energy conversion, as well as maintaining stability over the Sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between it and the Sovereign has been observed to positively impact the level of stability in both subjects. Like, she has a calming effect on him. Okay. Because of this, trial activations on the Sovereign without the Maiden present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither the Sovereign nor the Maiden are to be informed about the details of the Spirit Channeling Plan. Addendum. Mental instability in the Maiden has been deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. Addendum 2. In line with plan adjustments, the current subject will have its Maiden registration revoked and be returned to its original household. Okay then. Sovereign acts as Lennox's central control device for the Spirit Channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. And subject serves as the base of its creation. In theory, ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral element. However, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within real-world conditions. As a result, most subjects die during the adjustment period, and stability is still not guaranteed for those who survive it. This instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, pose a high risk to the security of Lennox if left unchecked. As such, stabilization measures must be put in place via the support mechanism while utilizing the Sovereign in the Channel ceremony. Addendum 1. No effective alternate methods to perform the ceremony have been found. Trials on Danon subjects are authorized to continue. Addendum 2. Unit 2 adjustments are a success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. Okay. So, even though he lived, Volron was considered a failure. Okay. What do we got over here? Oh, hello. Lords. Each crown contest, 5 of the best qualified members of the Renan populace are chosen to act as lords, vying to serve as the next sovereign. During their tenure, they are granted level 3 authority. Okay. So lords are granted more authority than the average populace, but still the Sovereign and the Maiden are only granted level 2. So, I'm wondering if lords are considered higher on the food chain or not, considering Sovereign and the Maiden are just meant to be like a channeling system. And I'm betting the lords rank lower. So, who the hell is at level 1? Level 3 authority, as well as one of the 5 elemental realms to administer in its corresponding master core. They are all assigned an ID crest indicating their designated element. The selection process is based only on astral artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables such as age have no bearing whatsoever. Because only the strongest go on to become lords, the position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. It should be noted, however, that lords are not the only individuals capable of drawing out a Master Core's powers. All Renans must take part in the selection process, and acceptance on the position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. Furthermore, in the event that an acting lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, a replacement must be quickly prepared. Okay, so lords are expendable and replaceable. And their only purpose is to manage energy, I guess. Following is reported on the second successful case of sovereign test subject experimentation. Full run. Yeah. Although subject possesses high latent potential, it exhibits significant mental instability along with a strong distaste for following orders. As such, the risks it poses surpass even those of the last successful subject, itself a failure, and is therefore under consideration for disposal. Addendum. This is the first successful case in 300 years. Previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established control protocols. Subject is to be evaluated under the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and will be dispatched to Dana under the guise of serving as a lord. Okay, that's something, I guess. Master Cores. Master Cores are instruments of power containing astral energy that belongs to one of the 6 elements. 5 of these Master Cores, those with earth, water, fire, wind, and light, are loaned to Renan lords at the time of the crown contest. Only the Dark Master Core is maintained inside the Forbidden Zone until the Renas Alma is ready to be reformed. Its existence is kept top secret. Underneath a Master Core's spherical outer layer is a force field crystal used for the purpose of astral energy containment and stabilization. Inside the force field, astral energy is stored in a dormant state. For the duration of their tenure, each lord competes in the crown contest to amass their allotted type of astral energy. In the event of an emergency, each lord may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock of astral energy as necessary. However, the extent allowed is determined based on their own individual strength. Addendum 1. Design flaws have been discovered in how Renas Alma materializes. Be advised that active Master Cores may resonate with their other Master Cores located in proximity and become unstable. Addendum 2. Due to successful regeneration of the Renas Alma, Master Cores will cease to be deployed, and the crown contest will be permanently halted. Huh. Spirit cores are end terminals used for the collection of astral energy. When embodied in a biological subject, it establishes connections throughout its body. These connections are used to amass astral energy generated from physical activity, which is then emitted from the host body itself. And because this emitted energy is prone to diffuse, the host must be placed within range of a spirit vessel for the energy to be collected. This means that Danans must be employed to harvest the astral energy for the purpose of the crown contest. Given the difficulty in producing them, it is advised that spirit cores be retrieved from host bodies and reused upon their death. Spirit cores can also be embedded in Zeugles to control them via astral arts. Addendum. Increased physical load on the host body tends to produce increased astral energy emissions. Final confirmation of ideal workload to impose on host bodies without inducing death for maximum astral energy yields is still pending. Wow. They really just said work them as hard as you can without killing them. They really just said that. That really be what they just said. Lenegus. A large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of Dana's astral energy and transmits it to Rena. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is achieved by placing the Sovereign Maiden and Redis Alma within the central core of Lenegus. Oh, great. Is comprised of classified and essential personnel, residential zones around a large conduit, along with the defensive layers surrounding them. The outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit while simultaneously functioning as a stabilization mechanism. Due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to residential zones. However, because it only takes place during the final stage of the spirit channeling ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. Until that phase, Lenegus serves as the central base of operations for the management and execution of the Crown Contest on Dana. Warning, all personnel with level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from the classified zone. Any violators will be immediately executed. Okay, so there is a level 1 somewhere. And Sovereign and Maiden only rank as a level 2. And Lords are still kept in the dark about this shit. Detachable Harvester, a massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the Spirit Channel ceremony. It serves as the tip of Lenegus' conduit from which it separates. Upon landing in Dana waters, it extends 2 sets of conducting pathways. The vertical pathways connect the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the entire surface of Dana. Once activated, it links to the biological spirit vessels placed in each realm, efficiently harvesting the planet's astral energy en masse. The accumulated energy is then transmitted to Rena via Lenegus. Because construction and adjustment take place in the Forbidden Zone's regulator area, Lenegus' outermost layer must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interface with it when necessary. No other personnel is required for it to function. Detachable Harvester 1 was lost on Dana after exploding due to the rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. Addendum 2. Detachable Harvester 2's landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. Due to the explosion of the previous model, which entered the planetary topography, enabling easier connection to the center of Dana. Oh, goody. So they managed to deploy that thing twice. And this thing is being updated regularly. Like, this is not long forgotten. This is like somebody was here like an hour ago. The dative mask. A device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts their mental activity. It was developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended as prolonged use of the device carries the risk of inducing a number of adverse side effects. Addendum. Due to the loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lenegus, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. Brainwashing report. After receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. The system is unique in that it elevates only the Lord as a supreme authority while relegating both Renans and Danans alike to enslavement. Test subject Volron serves as the realm's current Lord and has achieved this without the use of any special powers or special devices. Rather, it was done so by sheer governance. Given this method's effectiveness at population control, monitoring of the situation will continue. 1 second here. I did a bad job. Lore heavy episode so far. Well, yeah. We're tying up a bunch of story. So, collapse of cognitive facilities via extreme mental repression rooted in violence and fear has proven to be key to this style of rule. Once a subject loses its autonomy, they become desensitized to fear and subsequently cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains an effective way to cultivate disposable infantry and slaves for manual labor. Addendum 2. Soldiers in Lenegus who have undergone this treatment will be asked to secure classified sectors as a trial. The results will be monitored. Okay, so they're watching us right now, because we ran into those soldiers already. Okay, let's see. Let's check the back of this room real quick. I'm not expecting to find anything, but if there was going to be something tucked... Oh, there's more panels back here. What do we got? Showing this room's equipment. It hasn't been used in a long time. Are you sure about that? Showing linear structures. You can see pipes for transporting astral energy sticking out of them. Wonderful. What's this? Notice this area will be shut down as the project proceeds to the final phase. Oh, goody. Wait a second. Can we interact with these at all? Alright. Okay. I had no idea what that was. I managed to hit it like at the perfect moment to completely avoid it. Oh, just a life bottle. Okay. Cool, but also not really necessary. Just 1 second here. I gotta grab this stupid thing. Because... Oh... That was just gonna drive me absolutely nuts. Okay. Room unchanged over 3 centuries. It's like time itself has stopped here. Wonderful. It's always a good sign, you know, nothing changes in 300 years. That's a sign of a very stable society. Notice there's shutdown. Here's the final phase. Oh, dust. Grape gel. Cool. Anything else? Nothing? Really, guys? Oh, here we go. Flashback time!
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it.
I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lennigus will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
Oh boy.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lennigus.
You think?
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lennigus crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Okay. Okay, what do we got over here? This doesn't open. Other side? Dust. Yeah, this looks like the thing that went down to Dana. Oh, look.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Yep.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
And we'll be again in a few moments, I'm sure.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Here we go.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day,
I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
To a recording device, maybe.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening.
Mm-hmm.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just... Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
I think both are her, honestly.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Yeah, it's still too early
Starting with
for
a little
Save the
game
World.
called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renin lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
the thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I
giving Law a
could
deserved
experience them for
smack.
myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal
God.
life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Okay. I'll check those later. Huh. Okay, it's fine we upgraded the gear, but I'm really sick of this game changing my outfit. I think that's what I was wearing, wasn't it? Probably. No. Here it is. Just, frankly, they're just so over the top. I can't even. It's so much, you know?
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
I suppose. Okay. Next. This looks terrifying.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Mm-hmm. Oh. That's always a great, wonderful sign. Time to save. This doesn't look ominous at all. Right, guys?
Volron! He really was still alive.
Sort of.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
A lot doesn't seem right here.
The powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look!
There's some right though.
Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know.
I don't
Rena?
know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Elfin, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Probably because she's some kind of construct of dark astral energy.
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Probably. Oh, goody.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Elfin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting just here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Being interrupted.
Illuminate
The
the
abyssal
dark!
deep is here for us apart.
Holy Lord! Here, let me help. First aid! Here's the wind! I'm only getting through!
Nothing will hold me back.
Okay, so this isn't doing me any good. So lightning is a weakness for them, but plasma shock is a very bad ability to try and use. I don't think I have anything that isn't an upper word for that, because they can't be thrown. They're too strong for that. So, even though it's a weakness, I can't really use it.
Lightning off! Lightning descent! Illuminate magic is ready to go! Firmament finger! Negative gate!
Another incantation ruined.
Here's evil! Seal! Freeze Lancer! I'll be saving this one! Freezing storm!
With the
Where was that came from? Raging cascade! In here!
Destruction!
Saving this one! The waters of creation! Magic water! Hear my call! Spread! I'll be saving this one! Here's the... More where that came from! Dance in the wind! In here! Healing circle!
Rising
More where that radiance!
I know you are.
Into the shadows! Waterfall! Mega ray! Back into the fray!
Rending you a bloody howling.
Here's a healing arc!
Not what I meant
Barbie,
to
there,
do.
I
Not
call
today.
Barbie!
Azure Storm! Plasma Shock!
Lunar corruption!
It's doing no damage to these things too. Take a look, actually. Are their hit points linked? They're really close.
Magic is them!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Allow me to help. Gemini Aqua! Firmament Flare! Arrow Squall!
Elusive deity.
Searing Flame!
Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration.
Astral Energy!
Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Holy Blazing Storm!
Azure Storm.
Tornado!
Plasma shock.
Radiant! Raging
No further.
Celestial Hammer! Healing Circle! This one's mine!
Azure Storm.
Demon Blast! Pull myself together!
Sorry to trouble you.
Elusive deity.
Lunar Corruption! Lunar
It's too much.
Ow.
Force of regeneration. Regenerate. Let me free you of.
Okay. Yeah, they've got to be linked hit points. Oh, I didn't even realize you can actually see how many hit points are in the top left there. Okay, so they're definitely linked.
I owe you one. Dispel.
Lunar Blast! Back into the fray!
Shine.
Illuminate the
Radiant
dark!
light.
Annihilation!
Force of regeneration. Regenerate. Allow me to help you. Azure Storm. Elusive deity.
Healing Storm in the wind!
Azure Storm.
Freezing Storm! More for the
Blind you with a shot.
Tornado! Lightning Orb!
Azure Storm.
Illuminate the top!
Plasma shock. The official seat clear for us up.
None shall escape my
Captivity.
judgment! Raging
Now or never.
Fresh! Dance in the wind!
Burn in hell.
Here! Eat dirt!
Raging Lunar Storm.
By the power of water!
Coming through.
Here we go.
Ha!
This will do some damage, though.
Scarlet Inferno.
One would have thought.
Here,
I'll face you.
First aid!
Azure
Now for something Sacred darkness!
bathed in blood, rending you a bloody howling. Try harder. Not a chance.
Streak! I'll heal you all!
Air pressure. It's in your hands now. You'll pay for that.
Thanks! Just what I needed!
This should do it.
Shining
Azure Storm!
Reload! Our brilliant blast from Death's Abyss! In here!
Here I come!
I'll heal you all!
You're mine. No escape.
Healing circle!
Catapult. Everlasting dark.
First aid!
Azure Storm.
Vanquish darkness! Here I go!
Azure Storm. Elusive deity. Rotating power. Azure Storm. Azure Storm. Everlasting dark.
There!
Negative
This way!
gate.
Reflect
on thy face. Might blackened blade. Azure Storm. Execution. Benediction light. Azure Storm.
Firmament render! This! Lightning!
Burn.
Downfall! I'm out of ammo!
Begin. Elusive deity. Eagle ray. Azure Storm.
Air throw! Annihilation! Healing! Raging cascade! Sweet battlefield!
Plasma shock.
Cyan instant!
Azure
Here's a
Storm.
healing art! The waters of creation! Magic is them!
Dispel. Azure Storm.
Cyan instant!
Forgive me.
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Elusive deity. Eagle ray.
Lunar corruption!
You're mine.
More for
No
the
further.
stockpile. Lunar blast!
Now you see what I can do. Captivity.
We're getting there.
Yours to be let free. Show thy mystic mercy.
Raging cascade! Fresh!
Very
Magic is them!
Allow me to help.
Healing flame of fury! Photon blast! Laser field! Here's the evil!
Plasma shock. Captivity.
Freezing storm! Illuminate the
I'll
dark!
blind you with a shot.
Holy flame!
Howling
Tornado!
gulps you.
Annihilation!
Begin.
I never miss! Wind
Azure
Astral
Storm.
Energy! Instant!
My
Here I come! No escape! I'm all stuffed up!
This one's all mine.
Astral energy!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Searing storm!
Bestows I
Ow.
mystic mercy.
Wind astral energy!
Sorry,
Lightning
sir.
control.
Azure Storm!
Reload!
Burn! Azure Storm!
Can't get out of this!
None shall escape my
Now you
justice!
see what I can do.
Soaring light sphere! Rising
Focus!
Mega ray!
Negative gate!
Flash! Damn it! Out of ammo!
You apart!
Back into the fray! On your knees! Astral energy! More with that
Azure
Storm! Magic is there! Will this one
Azure
freeze,
Storm!
Lancer? Blah, blah, blah. Air healing circle! Now!
That'll hurt him.
Radiant Genesis! Radiant light!
Finally. Jesus.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Oh, hell no. Not even sorta.
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
Sort of.
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
Good luck with that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alphen, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Yep.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen?
No.
Then he became a...
Doesn't mean he was kidnapped.
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman.
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Yeah. You don't have that power.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
Moron.
It's too late. We can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphys!
Honestly, put a few shots in him before you leave. Yeah.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am...
A moron. We know.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but
No.
hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers and Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renus Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now those things are what's standing in our way.
Mm-hmm.
We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
No
So
shit.
this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They
Maybe.
have the Renus Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
Mm. All right.
I didn't
Or
see
the
that
women?
coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
Not really, no.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you,
Is
Shion?
it?
Dohalie? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
Hmm.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Well, I'm sure the surface of Rena is absolutely desolate, but we shall see. One sec here. Because the main difference between Rena's energy and Dana's energy is that Dana is aspected towards light and Rena is aspected towards darkness. And that's so inherent that Dana and Astral Artists can use light arts and Rena and Astral Artists can use dark arts, but neither can use the opposite. That's why, like, in Dohalim and Rinwell's finisher, like, Dohalim's using dark and Rinwell's using light. Because Rinwell is the only Dan and Astral Artist that we know of. That's cool. Like, I'm sure she's not the only one, but she's the only one that we know of, and we're not gonna just, like, randomly run into any. And Volron's ability to use astral arts isn't necessarily in question so much as the origin of it. Because as Sovereign, I'm sure he has that ability.
Get lost! Nothing gets by me!
Now you'll learn!
That makes me the thorn in my side.
You got spirit!
Azure Storm! Shattering the speed off! Dance in the wind!
Here I come! I'm ready!
All yours, Kisara.
Illuminate the dark!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the pummeling to me!
Elusive deity! Coming through!
Here we go.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. Benediction light.
Not in your dreams!
Azure Storm! Plasma Shock!
Radiant Raging
Not today!
Elusive deity.
Rondo!
Soaring
Blast!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Glacial Sear!
Now!
Pierce
Take
Evil!
this! Azure Storm!
May Thousand Gales! Period
Plasma
is
Shock!
right!
Grind you into dust.
Here I come! Rising Falcon!
Lightning! Dominate
I'm not
Thunder!
done!
Lightning Downfall!
Catapult. Take this. Can't get out of this.
Plasma Shock!
Do it!
Grinwell. Light burst forth.
Radiant
Genesis.
Genesis! With this, I
There
can
we go.
become even stronger.
If I ever get to a place I can use the stuff, yeah. Okay.
That enemy
There's
looks strong.
lots of crystals
I bet it'll be
in here.
worth our while to fight it. Don't get careless.
Azure Storm!
Don't tell me.
Render!
Take this! Try harder! Now!
Elusive deity.
These ones can run rings around us.
Soaring blast.
Here, let me help. First, this one's mine!
Yours to be let free!
Resonate with the
None
earth!
shall escape my raging
Too
storm!
fast!
Stand back!
You picked the wrong fight!
Bloody howling!
Here's a healing art!
Destruction!
Another incantation ruin!
Your kill!
On your knees!
By the power of
Azure
water!
Storm!
Air pressure!
Burning flame of
Azure
fury!
Storm!
Prepare for these
Water,
seas!
take
Hear
this!
my call!
In a bind?
Azure Storm!
Here's a healing art! Illuminate the dark!
Everlasting dark!
Azure Storm!
Denied!
Holy
This
light!
one's all mine!
Can you take it? You're mine!
Azure Storm!
Now! Here!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
I'll heal you all!
Azure Storm! Burn in hell!
Hit!
Elusive
Healing
demon!
reverse malevolence!
Demon
Arcane
land!
pull myself!
Sorry.
Very well! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Seismic rupture!
Again! Arcane waterfall!
Azure Storm!
Dance in the wind!
The flaming highway! Yours!
Perfect.
More for the stockpile! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
I actually hate that they changed her icon to make her look like frickin' she's wearing the maiden outfit and looks like Naori. I actually hate that. That's just, I don't know. It strikes me as disrespectful, honestly. Like, Naori is a badass and everything, but Xion and Naori are not the same person. Ooh, boy.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so,
Unlikely.
then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Lots.
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegus right now?
Lenegus wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegus. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegus, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
The
Your
way that
speech
faded
seems
out,
to have
though.
done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
At least not immediately.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
Okay.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor...
Alright, this is bugging me, so I'm getting this gunk off my controller.
or as a leader, the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegus, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegus till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegus who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Yes. Business on Rena. Okay.
Looks like the people of Lenegus can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You?
Yeah?
A Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Oh, God. I love how we keep talking about Zephyr like he's the ideal of every person on the planet. And I'm just like, okay. Zephyr was a good guy. I'm not arguing that he wasn't. But he was a part of your life for like 5 minutes. Can you please base your entire life around literally anything else? Please. Just,
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
Okay.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among
little
other
dull.
things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Mm-hmm.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
Mm-hmm.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Uh-huh. Okay, we can go ahead and craft some new weapons now. Okay, did I make one of these though? I did not. Still need it made though. Oh, I'm actually short on gold. Fuck. Alright. Let's sell some stuff. Pull it down to 20. Anything that has more. $20 should be enough to make anything we need to make. Then I don't have to double check that I don't need it 700 times. That should be enough for the moment. Too far back. Okay, I need a paralysis stinger for that one. We can craft and equip that one. I just need that one crafted. He's good. Alright.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Why do you ask that question immediately after we upgrade our equipment? Like, dude, really? Right. How much, like... Okay, we're like 2/5 left. That's how she on that.
I think it turned out pretty decent, but what do you all think?
Okay. Yeah, that was the way forward, so... We're heading back towards the ship now. This is where we ran into Faria the first time, and then all of a sudden, you know, he's possessed and fighting us in Forbidden Zone. Actually, no, it was right before here, wasn't it? Yep, right here. This is the spot. Oh. Anyway. Off we go. Yeah, they're healing each other. Great. I hate walking back through areas like this because I don't want to miss anything, but also it's a lot of distance to cover, and if nothing happens, it's just super dull. Like that. Like, it's nothing happened.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
Sure, why not?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
What's going on with this? Bunch of red women outside the doors. Teleporting us right where we need to be to do the actual spirit channeling ceremony.
Damn! The hell just happened?
They teleported you.
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Now. Ooh, wow. The planet is barely a planet at all. Okay then. Okay. Not exactly what I expected, but oh boy.
A flower blooming out of Retta?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
No shit.
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Hmm. That's not Lenegis.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more remnants here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Good point. Let's get moving. Like, frankly, if they wanted to kill you, they could have just shot you out of space and been done with that.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
Of course it does.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Good luck with that, Law.
Boo!
Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
As in all things.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
Yep.
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Okay. Great. Any pests or anything around here? Nope. On to the story point we go. More of this tech. The floor.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? What's that?
Looks like one of the red women in their
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
What would be the point? They could have destroyed you in space.
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The great astral spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Yeah, but your planet would have
Nevertheless,
destroyed
you still haven't
immediately.
answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
Probably 35.
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Yep.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To do what we were gonna
To
do
be
anyway.
honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter.
Mm-hmm.
Let's find out.
Just because he's the only Hulganquil that's here, doesn't mean he's the only one that was spurned by the Great Spirit that's here. So this will definitely move to other floors now. Called it. Okay, let's check the landing point. Oh, do you have any goodies for me? Okay, optional section here. Let's see if you have any goodies for me. Anything? Interactions. Interaction. Okay, got it. Good stuff. Let's go.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
I guess so.
The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
Yeah?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Oh boy. Time for some more dense talk.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift. so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
There are no Renans down there.
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Eh? That's something.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There never have been.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
It's common knowledge to him.
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does explain why lightning works so well against them, too.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Makes sense to me, honestly.
And let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Oh boy. I do think I'm gonna... Yeah, it actually makes perfect sense, given what we've seen, because just given the shape of the planet Arena, I can't even fathom when the last time it was actually a habitable planet would have been. Because I can't imagine that that happened due to one catastrophic event by itself either. Because, frankly, there wouldn't be a core left like that if it was just like some kind of massive explosion. So it's like, that planet hasn't been habitable for a while. And then that huge flower thing, I'm like, yeah. Makes sense that humans couldn't survive there. And the Helganquil can literally function in outer space. So, anyways, I think I'm gonna go ahead and take my first like structured break now, because we're kind of in the middle of this, but each thing is a different thing, so it's like give people time to like absorb everything too. So yeah, I'm gonna take like 5 or 10 minutes and run to the bathroom, refill my soda, all that good stuff. I'll be back in a little bit, guys. Alright, guys. I had intended to take a little bit longer, but I'm just getting impatient. Not like Danons are incapable of using magic, they literally just took all that could. Yeah. It is a bit weird that even the Danons that can use astral arts can't use dark astral arts, but Renans can, and vice versa with light astral arts. So, I don't know. It seems weird, but who knows? I'm just looking at this screen, and every time I look at her, I get so angry over Xion being Naori 2.0. I hate that. I hate that so much. Okay. Now back we go.
Have you guys lived up here in Dig Phasal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Xion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Just enjoy how everyone is rather appropriately dressed except Dohalim. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Interactable. Maintain constant monitoring to ensure nothing approaches. I can't remember how to say that. A Faisal or something? I don't know. I remember he said it like 3 times, but I don't remember how he said it. Oh well. What do we got?
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes.
Kill Rena? Or
It
kill
was to use
Dana, rather?
Renegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were 2 problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevricht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Well, frankly, they're literally disconnected
Feels like
from everything.
The whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Just what we need. More thinking.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
Kinda.
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh boy. Well, Tales of games aren't getting any lighter, that's for sure. Yeah, see what they're talking about. You can finally conclude as the Overseer reaches the place. And the application council's times. It's been a long time coming, to say the least. What we're gonna do once the project is over, there's first research. Always keep observing as long as there are other things out there worth watching. Once our time is up, whenever it is, we should return to nothing. Being fate for this situation. Cosmo. Yeah. Yeah. They don't see this as affecting them. It's just kind of like, hey, that one TV show we kind of watch is like ending soon. What are we gonna do next? Which is terrifying in its own way. Don't worry, it's not like the planet's dying. Go on your pleasure strolls. Yeah. Yeah, it's not like the planet's dying. I mean, to be fair, it's gonna take some time for things to worsen. Remnants of Lennox lose control of their Zoogles. I suppose it's plausible. With all the astral energy flowing through the place. In which case, the arts that were keeping them in line must have been disrupted. I doubt it was otherwise the work of the Great Spirit. It's hard to believe that such a massive consciousness could deliberately conceive and then carry out such a localized phenomenon. Does have a point though. Phase construction showing a central elevator shaft and you mean like the one we clearly saw on the way in? Oh, your heal thing. There you go. Back here. This. Sorry about that. Alright. You found me collapsed again. Helped me back up. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I can continue about my research. Happy bottles! Euphoric concoction that brings good luck when consumed, greatly increasing the battle chi bonus. Wow. That was something. Alright, Kisara. What we doing?
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
I haven't talked to him yet.
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
No kidding.
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helgan Quill and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
We all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Nope.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danon and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Renwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dan is still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
To be fair about them not bringing things up, to them, this is, you know, everyday normal kind of shit. To them, this is as normal and natural as knowing how to speak their native language. Explaining every little thing to you is not on their to-do list. And even if it supposedly is, there will be things that slip their mind. Also, the difference between Dana and Rena is pretty simple, honestly. Dana is inhabited by people that have and generate their own astral energy and that spread that consciousness across a great, vast amount of space. However, between the Helganquil dying out, and I honestly doubt that they actually generate their own astral energy, Rena is just one singular being. And it is driven by greed. Like, it doesn't have the capacity to care about anyone else, because there is nothing else. There is only itself. While Dana is a large, living, breathing world with, you know, millions, billions, trillions of inhabitants. I mean, we don't actually have a scope for how many people live on there. And then, of course, you take into account all of the living creatures, all of the living plants, yada, yada, yada. It's just kind of ridiculous to think that their energies would be anything similar to each other. Like, not only are they aspected differently, but what they're comprised of, just in terms of consciousness, is so vastly different. Like, no, they are not going to look the same. No, they're not going to act the same. And that's just on principle, never mind the fact that just them being different entities, like anything else that are similar but different from, you know, one thing to the next, like twins, it's like, just because they look the same, just because they're made up of the same things, doesn't mean that they become the same person. They just don't. So it's like, there's nothing saying that they should act or behave the same. It's just nothing. Okay, let's see. However, she must be so pleased to be able to help witness the transformation of Dana before it passes on. Wow. Wow. Since that when Lenegis was activated, no consideration was made for the safety of those in the residential quarter. Nope. Not that it matters. Once the plan is complete, Lenegis will serve no purpose. It's only logical there would be more pressing concerns instead. Yep. Measures astral energy fluctuations in Dana and Rena. That's terrifying. Barring the unforeseen developments that took place in Lenegis, everything has gone quite smoothly. Even if we were to notice such aberrations for ourselves, we will likely ignore them as it's not or possibly as observed here. Oh boy. They really don't have a stake in this fight at all. Overseer will in all likelihood remain with us for the time being, as its vital signs continue to show us stable. By their appearance, their biology is surprisingly close to us. Isn't that just utterly fascinating? Not really, no. Not in itself. I wonder, are Danans still not given surnames of their own? As crude of a tactic as it is, it's nonetheless an effective subjugation tool. But I suppose we aren't all that different, though, grandiose sounding. Ours are simply a means to identify an individual's formative background. Huh. Okay. Alright, what do you got, Law?
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Yeah.
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders.
Yeah. No thank you, just punchy. Perfect explanation for a law. Just no thank you, just punchy. You're good. There you go, kid. Solved all your problems.
I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
No thank you, just punchy.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion?
Sepla.
How do you feel about
no,
the
thank you,
origin of
just
the
punchy.
Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other.
Is that what she was saying?
Maybe this is what she meant.
How is that what she was saying?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people. Even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
Is anyone else about ready to just, like, chop this man's head off? Because he is just so frustrating, harping on something that, frankly, is just so not relevant to the moment. And it's just, like, he's just digging his heels in on this. It's like, forget about hatred, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, why do you feel like you're talking to a bunch of third graders, but literally no one's listening? Like, why does he insist on talking like that? I don't understand why he insists on doing this. And he's, like, getting off on it. And he's... It's just... Why? Like, I get that the Tales of games are all about learning lessons and, like, self-dependence and being the bigger person and all that shit. But the monologuing, the way he's delivering it, it just makes me want to smack him. It's like, it doesn't make him relatable. It just makes me want to smack him and go, are you with us? Because, dude, you are so high on your own ass fumes, I just making sure that your brain is not melting away.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dan is still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
No, thank you, just punchy.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
There's more than a tiny chance. There is a very, very big
to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns' connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Wait, explode? It's a giant piece of machinery. And we're dealing with the energy of planets. It's honestly amazing to me that it hasn't exploded. Well, here we go.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The Great Astral Spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, Your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's
irrelevant.
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her.
Yep.
300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
Yep.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the Great Astral Spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the Great Astral Spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
Yeah.
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here...
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Yep. It'll take some time to completely repair your starship. I suggest you all get some rest. Yep.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people.
They can be good or bad, just like Danon's.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danons alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
No kidding.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just... Never mind.
Of course you
Thank
did.
you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
Especially with somebody being found doing that.
You really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
there's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Took you long enough to figure that one out.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh?
Wow, La.
No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You put yourself in a corner, La. Wow. Really? Really?
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? Although that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything that
Listen,
we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it.
But we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end.
No. Really?
I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
We do recognize that dungeon's the size of a planet, right?
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed.
Or at least a
Can't
continent.
stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Why am I in lower level? You know, we never went to the upper level. Let's go see what's up there real quick. I'm sure there's like next to nothing there, and it's basically just a distraction, but maybe there's a chest up there or something. Oh, this must be the observation deck they were on. Okay, yeah, basically just a distraction. That's okay. It's fine. I am kind of sad that I didn't come up here and get any of the skits that are interacting with that. But, oh well. God, it's been 4 hours already. Well, almost 4 hours.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
This is bound to be good.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
You don't recognize that
I don't
ocean?
sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
Yep.
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is.
Probably more
But
so.
after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
Oh no, Dana's gonna look
We
worse.
can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Get moving, kids.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
Unless your girlfriend's in trouble. And then screw the world.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Okay then. As much as I support this idea, it's too much exposition without enough prompting. And I just... ugh. You know? Okay, this is the only one that's powered. Do the thing!
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh,
also, this planet
we didn't
will collapse.
say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Uh-huh.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
Oh my god.
What? No! I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get
like
him,
you're
Hoodle.
always thinking. Get him.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
He deserved that, though.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegus.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Okay. Caught up on skits for this exact moment. Time to take 4 steps.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
Does it matter? They're under direct
It's
control
no
of the
use.
Great Spirit.
We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no
Whoa.
choice but to beat them at their own game.
I'm not done!
Concentration!
You're finished!
Confiscated!
Prime
to the end!
Illuminate
the storm! Holy glimmer!
Okay, so the Helganquil are...
Now!
All yours, Kisara!
They're linked in groups of 3.
Leave the enemy's arcs to me!
No complaints here!
Don't mind if I do! Water astral energy! Whoa! Hey! One at a time!
Rending you apart! Coming through! Ha!
Okay.
Now! Scarlet Inferno! Azure Storm!
Raging Luna Storm!
Hold on to your arcs! Here I
Burn!
come!
Benediction light.
Luna Rondo!
Another incantation ruin.
Try it, my turn! Azure Storm!
I'm not even gonna pretend that that one dodge was intentional.
Azure Storm!
Power surge.
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
In a bind?
Don't mind if I do!
Azure Storm!
I'm all
Blast the shock!
now!
We did it!
As impressive as always.
No, maybe they aren't.
No! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Very nice though.
Azure Storm!
Regenerate!
Ignite!
No, never mind. There's the third one.
Magic is
Now! Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around.
Certainly not.
Do it! On your light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Water, hear my call! May a thousand gales carry you to
Begin!
Do it!
Here I come!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Here we go. Okay, so I guess they aren't linked. At least not completely.
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
Then shut up and move!
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegus, remember? He probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah.
Teleporters everywhere.
With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Yeah. True enough. I thought I saw something completely different in that spot. But, whatever. Time to fight.
This one will be difficult to predict. Stay calm. I shall provide assistance. A wall to shield from calamity. Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Here goes! Shining!
Try harder! Not a chance! Resonate with the earth! Damn it! It's too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up.
Holy glimmer! Holy land!
It's watching the wrong one. Finally.
Burn in hell!
Shine! Radiant light! Regenerate!
Okay, here I go.
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful. Blood. Raising you across bloody howling!
Dance in the wind!
Take this!
Negative
Take this!
Let's get you all
The
tucked
flame
away.
inside me yearns to be let free.
Lightning orb!
Being interrupted.
Hey, one at a time!
Another incantation ruined.
I'll be saving this one!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this!
Here I hope there was one.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Azure Storm!
Shining supernova!
I've seen Xion actually look flustered. You really haven't been paying attention then, have you?
Say no more!
Sweet.
Step back! This one's all law!
Okay, let's check the... Here we go. Great, more skits.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
Probably.
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
Okay. Complete control by the Great Spirit clearly was beyond them. But Renans were under such an incredible level of mind control, of information control, etc., 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 more and more finite detail, that they believed they were not only different from Danans, but that they were from an entirely different planet, and they were fundamentally not the same. They as a people believed that. Like, this is so much oversimplifying that it's ridiculous.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Just... ugh.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
And once it starts moving...
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Your wings won't save you from me.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
We did it!
Our reinforcements.
Lunar Rondo!
I never miss.
Rising Falcon!
Now.
Hey! Throw them away! More Sukos?
Keep calm and take them down.
Take this! Can't get out of this!
I don't know why I bothered with that one.
Resonate with the earth!
I'm only getting started.
On your I'm not done!
Glacial spear. Here's evil.
You're mine!
Azure Storm. Do it.
Destruction! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis. You don't mess around.
Azure Storm!
Certainly not.
Not today!
Eat dirt.
Here I come!
I never miss.
Azure
Now.
Storm!
More incoming.
Air pressure!
Here, flame of fury.
Ah, there's so many.
Spear. Here's evil.
Azure Storm!
Lancer.
Resonate with the earth! Take this! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! More green blood. Here I come! I'm ready! Dohalim! In an instant!
Impact Frost.
We work well together.
One more.
Finally time it drops.
Azure Storm! Elucidate! Destruction! Elucidate! Azure Storm!
Illuminate the storm to the top force! Holy That'll bring you down! Primed and ready!
Finally learning how to aim her thing, though. So that I actually hit where I'm aiming.
Do it! crumble. Here, let me help. Lightning can resonate with the earth. Another bit.
Rising Falcon! You're mine! I'm not done! I'll face you! Rising Falcon! This one's all mine! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! This will come in!
Begin!
Far enough! You're mine! Where are you going?
Wrong side.
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
So many combos.
Clear for us a path!
Sleep now. Where are you going? Let the marksman handle this.
Can you take it?
I'm
ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Illuminate the dark! Radiant for here! Holy land! Where are you going?
You're mine!
Now!
Are you waiting for us to struggle or something before you stop bringing in more?
Dance in the wind! I'm only getting... I'm all stuffed up!
Take this!
Get on in there with the others!
Do you have to finish them all at once, or what's going on here?
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
May a thousand gales carry you to
Rotating pile driver! Can't get out of this!
Because this just is going on and on and on and on.
This isn't ideal. Knowing! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry distraction!
There's still more to go!
Destruction!
Gusty nail!
In an instant!
Impact cross.
Illuminate the dark! Escape my bloody quiver!
It's on!
Holy land!
You're mine!
Lightning, here I go! It's over! Radiant, illuminate the dark!
I owe you one.
Holy Fire Lanston! Back into the fray!
Can you take it?
This one's mine!
Blast the shock!
Radiant, right here! That'll bring you down! Eat dirt! Here!
Blast the shock! You picked the wrong fight!
I'll be saving
Azure
you!
Storm!
Now!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Oh boy.
That'll bring you down!
Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
Driven in, bastard.
It's on!
The waters have to be right. Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
About time. Jesus Christ.
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zeugles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
Okay. Okay. After that fight, and all the soda I've been drinking, yeah, I need to go take a quick bio. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys.
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
Yep.
That's true. And if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
Yeah, we've fought so many of those flying things. It's like, I don't think they have anything else for us that we didn't get from the first time. Okay. Door. Oh! Hello there, big boy. I don't suppose you'd be willing to just step away from that chest. Hey, boys. Wow, they're...
This one will be difficult to predict. I shall ensure you survive this. A spot of beast hunting, anyone?
There you go! Don't let up!
Luna Rondo!
Demon Lash! Tempest Dash!
Stoop back!
Stand back! I'll trip it up!
Negative gate! Raging Orb! Dance to the wind! In here!
Air pressure!
Get on together!
Stalagmite!
Raging Cat! Healing Circle!
Power surge it! Sorry to trouble.
You do the same for me!
No, thanks. That helps.
Plasma
Hero
Shock!
Healing Ranger!
Plasma Shock!
Arrow Squall!
What?
Coming through!
Finally.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help!
In your debt.
Maybe she'll keep Zara a little kindness, huh?
She is
Yes,
strong.
Alphen.
She
Very
can handle
bad.
herself.
I don't
You
feel so good.
can be really dense though, Helene.
Azure Storm!
This one's mine!
Rending you apart.
Denied! Astral Energy!
Azure
Bloody howling.
Raging Cascade!
Burn in hell!
Okay.
Thanks, Sheila.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Plasma Shock!
It's time! Need to pull myself together. Raging Storm!
Clear for us a
help.
path. Another incantation ruin.
Take it! I'm only getting started!
Shine. Radiant light. It's time. Regenerate. Can't get out.
Finally.
Mind if I do?
Azure Storm!
Let us take to the fray. Resonate with the earth.
Now!
Shion.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. A merry
Healing
distraction.
Arc. There's still more to go!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Azure Storm! Coming through! Ha!
Start.
Scarlet Inferno!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Watch and weep!
Azure Storm!
Illuminate the top line!
Not today!
By the power of water! Radiant, here!
Rising Falcon! Destruction!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Air thrust!
Azure Storm!
Raging
Here I come! We're not done! Soaring Light Spear!
Hear my call!
It's over!
Blood.
Rending you apart!
Bloody howling.
No escape!
Resonate with the earth.
Raging Orb!
Stalagmite.
Illuminate the garden!
Force of regeneration.
Holy Land!
Regenerate.
Denied!
Azure Storm!
Damn it!
Don't
Out
suffer
of
in
ammo!
silence.
Lightning Orb! I'm all stopped up! Purge the annihilation! Hear me!
Here I come!
Free Lancer!
Plasma Shock! You pay for that!
A whirling struggle from top to
Flame
bottom.
inside me! Ah!
Resuscitation! Get on in there with the others!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Vaguely darkness!
You picked the wrong fight!
Resuscitation!
Plasma
Here, let me
Shock!
help! Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Very nice.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Oh, I should have recovered before I did that. Oh well. What the? Why? What? Here we go.
Looks like some solid equipment.
Okay. Okay. Big bad mantis thing. Let's go throw ourselves at it.
Don't get careless. May a thousand
Try harder! My turn! Dance on the wing!
Scream,
Try harder!
I single pass on the handshake.
Rest lost in pain. Can't get out of this! Plasma shot!
This one.
Take this!
More with that
Azure Catapult! Elusive deity!
There you go! Don't let up! I'm out of air! I'm all stuffed up!
They smite with crushing blade! Try harder! My turn!
Magna Ray! Dance in the wind! Water! Seal!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Azure Storm! Take this!
Sleep now!
I'll grind you into dust! Rising Falcon engulfs you! Reflect on that! Azure Storm! Smite with blackened blade! Here I come! Azure Storm! Plasma shot!
Annihilation! Failure's not an option!
Try harder! This one's all mine!
Holy
Plasma
Ray!
shot! Catapult! I'm not done! Shine! Radiant light! Ignite! Force of regeneration! Azure Storm! Regenerate!
We must be tired of healing it. I'm merely doing what I can. Glad you're on our side.
Strike! I'm not done!
No time! Illuminate the dark! I'm out of air! Holy
Plasma shot!
By the power of
Lunarongo!
Heal!
Rising! Try hard! Not a chance!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Azure
Raging
Storm!
Freeze Lancer!
Can't get out of this!
Huddle!
Try harder!
Let me help!
Not a chance! I'm ready! All yours, Kisara!
Down it goes. Kisara really is the bane of those things' existence.
Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is?
Okay.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrect 35 about it sometime.
Hmm. Hmm. God damn.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Here I come! You picked the wrong fight!
Leave the chargers to me!
They have chargers?
Azure Storm!
May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
I'll take you all off!
I didn't realize that counted as a charge.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Azure Storm!
Raging
Luna
Raging
All mine!
Cyan Instant!
Luna Rondo! Begin! Rising Falcon! No escape! Seismic Rush It's over!
Raging Cascade!
I'm ready!
Indira! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Now!
Azure Storm! Blow them away!
I've never seen them link up so
Hold
quickly
up.
together.
Is this as
but
valuable
okay.
as I think it is?
Oh, fuck. Okay. Blazing sword. Down it goes.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Okay. Oh boy. Alright, Fido, let's rock.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Luna Rondo!
You require help.
Here I come! No escape! Soaring blast! It can hide itself? Can't get out of this! Amazing!
I forget. How do we unlock
Azure
it?
Storm! You picked the wrong fight!
Well, that'll do it too.
Captivity! Plasma shot! Here I come!
Bestowed on
Lightning Falcon! It's over! Very simple!
Allow me to help you.
I never miss!
Azure Storm! Plasma shot! Plasma shot! I can carve through armor! Luna Rondo! Rising! You're mine!
One at a time! I owe you, Keon. Healing is what my art do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds! Lunar 50 nails!
My arts are being interrupted.
It's on!
Into the shadows!
Denied!
Seal!
Let's stop it!
Radiant
light!
No further! Azure Storm!
Water! Hear my call!
Luna Rondo!
Ready and quick!
I'll smash you! Ignite!
Water astral energy!
Captivity! Plasma shot!
Lightning orb! This one's mine!
The fluidity of your movements are simply
I've been hit with
incredible.
something!
So even a masochist has his limits.
Not feeling so great.
you of your power.
No dawn shall
Here's
break
a
this
healing
night!
Behold! The Earth!
There we go.
Tectonic fission! Beckoned into
Here's a healing art!
Okay, here I go!
Air thrust! Photon pierce! Nothing gets by me! May 1,000
Here I come!
Radiant pierce!
Another incantation ruined.
Take Azure Storm!
Leave the enemy's arms to me!
No complaint here! Azure Storm!
Rinwell!
There we go.
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Oh boy. Crystal back here. Don't want to fight you either. Not gonna help it. I actually didn't notice this thing until I was literally on top of it. I was just looking in the corners and like, oh, wait a second. Oh boy. Hey kiddos. You don't wanna... Okay, let's dance then.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
By the power of water!
Try harder! Not a chance! A wall, the shield from calamity! Barrier! You picked the wrong fight! Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Ice tornado! Shining supernova! Photon lightning condemned! Thunder! Lunar corruption!
Storm! By the power of water! Enter Storm!
Interstellar energy! Lightning! Downfall!
Where are you going?
Can you take it? Take this!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Rising Falcon! Enter
Freelancer! Do it! I'll heal you all! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alpha!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
The flame inside me!
Thank you for the healing, Dovaline.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive. Dovaline, in an instant! Impact Cross!
Magna Ray!
Begin!
There we go.
I still got a ways to go!
Good stuff. All right. Well, we know where we're supposed to go. Let's go get this weapon or armor.
And thus our strength yet
right.
grows.
Not really. I'm not even gonna look at it, honestly. I'm just gonna save before I fight this thing, because I wouldn't be surprised if it was stronger than the ones we fought earlier.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
No further! You climbed across blade! Clear for us a path!
Holy Land!
Rising Falcon!
Lunar corruption! Lunar blast! Photon blast! In the wind! Air thrust!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Air pressure! Resonate with the earth!
It's showtime!
On your lunar rondo!
Raging
Rising Falcon! I'm not
Hurry! Magic is Here! Hear my call!
Bathed in blood, rending you apart! The flame inside me shall be radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Allow me to help you!
Rising Falcon! Here's evil!
I'll burn it all!
Oh, that's new!
Flaming pillar! Fire!
Oh, hello!
The fluidity of your music. Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Burn in hell! Let us take to the fray! A thrilling performance!
Hear my call!
Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Ready to go! Here's evil!
Mercy!
Very different!
Be prepared to free from regret.
Get on in there, Reload!
Try harder! Not here!
It looks like you got this one.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
I'm ready.
Try harder! This one's all mine! On your knees! Plasma shock! Air pressure! Lunar rocket! Go! Look sharp!
Down you go.
Lightning tiger blade!
What is it, Hootle? You want to go back?
Animal intuition, perhaps?
I wouldn't want to go in here either, but... You know, fate of the world, and... fate of the other world, and fate of the race, and the other race, and the other race. Yeah. Come on, guys. That chamomile. Wait. Oh, hello there, Mr. Iguana-face. Hi, Mr. Iguana-face. So, here's the gate to the next room. So this is more equipment.
That equipment should come in handy.
Holy crap! Just a little bump, Jesus. Oh. Alright, Sparky, let's play.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Ready to go! Lunar Corruption! Try harder! Lunar Rongo! Burn in hell!
Shoot head!
Calamity! Lunar Rongo! Barrier! Rising Falcon! Catch! Azure Storm!
I'll face you.
Azure Storm! Plasma Shock!
Prepare to be sealed, though, if we foot. Actually, perhaps fine is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Can't get out of this!
Azure Storm! Plasma Shock!
Healing circle! I'll be saving seconds with a
Rising
spray.
Falcon!
Hear my call! Lightning overhead!
Amazing.
Cyan Freeze Lancer! You can
Plasma Shock!
sleep now. Reload! This'll come in handy.
Captivity! Plasma Shock!
Lunar Corruption! Lunar Blast! One more time!
Will this help?
In here! Healing circle! Water! Hear my call!
The flame inside is pure! If you want free!
Burning strike!
Rongo!
Hear my call!
Rising Falcon!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Radiant
A
Pierce!
thrilling performance.
Elusive deity!
Eating
Plasma Shock!
Dance in the wind!
Throwing light spear!
Annihilation!
Rising Falcon! Crush!
Annihilation!
No escape!
Thunder Field! Purge Malevolence!
In a bind?
Azure Storm!
Water! Hear my call! Sleep now!
Plasma Shock!
Pierce Evil! Freeze Lancer! Far enough! More where that came from! Thunder Blade!
Plasma Shock!
That's right,
Hear my
Lunar Rongo!
Fire!
This one's all mine!
Down!
Lunar Corruption!
Elusive deity!
Eating
pile driver! Throwing light spear!
I'm out of ammo!
Rising deity!
I'll be taking this way! Illuminate the
No escape! Elusive deity!
Too much
Lunar Rongo! Rise, try harder! Azure Storm! Take this!
Fury! Burning strike! Water!
Resonate with the earth! Our art is being interrupted.
Piercing now!
Kisara! All
Down it
yours,
goes.
Kisara!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Yeah, we'll be fine. It's a great big mantis boy. Another iguana face. Some more equipment over here someplace. I can't see any. There's gotta. Yep, there it is. Okay.
I have a bad feeling about this.
You got eat dirt! Water! Hear my call!
This one's all mine! That fucking is driving me mad! Barrier!
Here, flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! Do it!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara! Benediction.
Freezing storm! Go hard!
Our arts are being interrupted. No cause can break this. It's in your hands now. You'll pay
If
for
it's in the
that!
sky, it's mine!
Storm!
Radiant pierce!
Not today!
I'll bring you back from death to
Azure
this!
Storm!
Purge precipitation! Big waterfall! Radiant pierce! Will this go in there with the others?
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
Azure Storm! Try harder! Now this one's all mine! Azure Storm! Burn! Azure Storm! Plasma Shock! Lunar Rondo! Heal! Okay, here I go! You require a This one keeps charging up!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Is that
I didn't want to put you out.
It is. But a friend's force, we can't depend on you.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Plasma Shock!
That'll bring you down!
Azure Storm!
Amazing. As impressive as always.
And here I hope that was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Azure Storm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Bestow thy mystic mercy! Ha! Burn in hell! Azure
I've used too much.
Don't suffer in silence! You're mine! Rising Falcon! Can't get out of this!
Glacial steel!
Here I shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Bestow thy mystic mercy! Don't suffer in silence!
Air thrust! Photon magic and
Charge again. Charge again. Charge again.
Reload!
I'm waiting for you.
Here I black and blade!
That's
Tempest
not
whirl!
gonna work.
Alright!
God damn it.
It's showtime! Razor cyclone!
Not a chance! It's on! Plasma
Down you
You
go.
picked the wrong fight!
Do it!
Shock!
This one's
Bye-bye.
got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
I've been doing really great lately.
Oh boy.
This'll make us even more formidable.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Well, let's see. We've been going almost 5 hours now, so let me go ahead and check my messages. then. Yeah, we've been going almost 5 hours, so let me see who's on right now. Because it's just gonna be lots and lots more thick story, and just, it's not gonna end or slow down. Because once we get through that, we'll probably be at another checkpoint, which will be more story, and then, yeah. Anyways, on that note, mute this. Anyways, on that note, I think we've gone far enough today. I honestly don't know what I will be doing on Monday. I'm kind of debating between doing more Animal Crossing designs and trying to finish this up, because we're clearly in like the last bits of this game. We're not like at the end about to be there. Like, no, there's lots more dungeon crawling to be had, but we can probably finish it next stream. So I'm debating if I want to try and finish it up on Monday or wait till next Saturday. I don't know yet. We will see. But anyways, I'll keep you guys posted. Hope y'all had fun. Hope y'all had a good time. And hope to see y'all next time. Bye, stream.